audit in Bradford and the world and life, just, I'm sorry, that's my intro. I'm going to leave you right now. I need to unban somebody. I think she deserves a ban, but I'm going to unban her because she didn't really say anything too offensive. It's just, she kept coming back when I timed her out, and I was just like, I hate being timed out all the time, I hate being timed out all the time, and you can't say anything. I hate that, so I banned her. Just like, go somewhere else for a bit, Go somewhere else for a bit. I didn't want to ban her for life, but she was stuck in background, and it just makes you angry, doesn't it? So I just banned her completely. Fucking hell. Is she that important that I have to unban her, really? I mean, there's no wrong with what she said. That's the problem I have. I shouldn't have really banned her. I shouldn't have really timed her out, which was pissing me off for a second. I mean, it was all fine until I bloody kicked off, to be honest. I think I overreacted. I definitely overreacted. It's just sometimes somebody says something that really gets to you, I can't remember what she said. I don't really want to remember what she said. I'd rather just forgive and forget, to be honest. Well, maybe it's important that I remember what she said, so I don't feel bad for banning her then. I think it was something that was worth banning for, but it was more just because I kept timing her out and she kept coming back, and she's stuck there getting angry and like so I think she can still watch when she's timed out, can't you? So that's not good. I shouldn't time people out. Maybe once, but not again and again. If I come back angry next time, I need to notice straight away, then you get a ban. There's no 3 strikes, you're out. It's 1 strike, you're out, because it's just 3 strikes is too much, man. You just get angry and angry. That's not good. I've been on the receiving end of the ban for nothing, like like the real Cynthia. Was it the real Cynthia? Not Abigail. It's just some people think that I owe you entertainment. I do, This is the whole point of YouTube. But I'm not gonna I'm not a bloody jester, I'm not gonna dance for you. There's no dancing. If you request a song, I might try and sing it, because I like singing. But I'm not gonna walk around after you guys, or come to your house, or tell you where my secret spots are, or I don't have to answer your questions if I don't want to. Sorry, but I don't have to answer your questions. I'll tell you the truth, but I don't have to answer every one of your questions, If I'm answering your questions, I'll tell the truth. That's all you need. If I don't want to answer a question, then I won't acknowledge your comment. Simple as that. It's just the way it works. It's just the way YouTube works. Sorry, but you coming here? You coming YouTube channel? And like, yo, read my comment or why you ignoring chat? I know. Like it's about the chat, but you know this is real life. I'm streaming 24 hours a day. I've got other fucking stuff to concentrate on. You know, I've got fucking stuff in my own head to concentrate on. I can't be like going like every minute. I can't be going every minute back to the chat. You know, the chat fades away after so long, and I'm there like in my own head thinking about what I'm saying. Then I look back to chat and everyone's going, "You're ignoring chat," and I've been like I've been talking for maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes, you know, and people are so impatient. I'm like there thinking about what I want to say, carrying on what I want to say. This is why I like YouTube, because I can just carry on saying what I want to say. You can all type in chat what you want to say, and eventually I'll get to it. I'll get to everything, unless I don't want to read your comments. Unless your comments piss me off. If your comments piss me off, you know, I won't even read them out loud. I'll read them. I'll read them in my head, you know. Or I might start reading it out loud and then I'll fucking skim to end while I'm reading it. And I'll go, no, I'm not reading that. You don't deserve time of day. But, you know, I actually read hate comments as well, like JoeKingAudits, you're the worst auditor out there. I read all them comments. But if someone says something like, I can't really remember. The one guy that said something like before, I was reading all his comments. So they were offensive, they were hateful, you know. I was reading all of them. But then one time he just went too far. I can't remember what he said. Oh, he said something about my mum. Oh, I'm with your mum right now. She's telling you to pack it in. She's telling you to pack it in. And my mum would say something like that, to be honest. So I didn't read it out because it was close. It was too close to the heart. So I didn't read it out because otherwise I'd have to. If I read it out, I'd have to respond to it. You know. So I didn't read it out because I didn't want to respond to it. It's that simple. I read it in my head. I responded to it in my head. You know, I listened to you, but I'm not gonna respond on YouTube to like certain things like that. That's personal. That's between me and my mum. Me and my mum will forgive each other eventually. Like, when she's dead, probably. But you know, I mean, I forgive my mum. I forgive my dad. Like, my dad were a cunt as well. But you know, my mum probably did attack my dad with a pair of scissors, and my dad uh, pushed her up against the wall with a guitar, and the strings cut all the face open. And you know, the guitar probably bruised her. My dad's like, my dad got a solicitor, but his solicitor was shit, and my dad lost the case. But I think my dad was not. I think my dad was concentrating on like I didn't I didn't hurt her that bad, you know. I just pushed her against the wall with a guitar, and it's like, well, did you have to do that? Did she actually get in your personal space with these scissors? Did she actually come towards you with these personal scissors? The solicitor should be asking all these questions, but yeah, they didn't. My mum went at my dad with a pair of scissors. Like, she's like picked up a pair of scissors and then she's going towards my dad. And my dad's always got a guitar around. And so I picked up the guitar and acted straight away, like anybody would. You don't act when you get stabbed with a pair of scissors, do you? You act before you get stabbed with a pair of scissors. That's what he did. It makes perfect sense to me. My mum will never talk about it, but my dad did. And he told me, and I think it's the truth. I think it's the truth. What I said, it makes perfect sense to me. Like, I'm surprised he got found. I'm surprised he got found guilty. He got 2 weeks in prison. He got 2 weeks in prison. Well, he didn't even get 2 weeks in prison. He got 2 weeks. He got 2 weeks in the remand. And then once he got found guilty, they said that 2 weeks were good enough. And then my dad just went to Spain. Well, actually, he got a parking ticket. And then he was scared that he was going to go to prison for a parking ticket because of all the shit that happened, that he just fucking ran to Spain, I think. But, because he just got out of prison, he just got found not guilty. And then he got a fucking speeding ticket. Or maybe he was drunk. Maybe he was drunk driving, to be honest. It won't surprise me. They started cracking down on drunk driving, like, round about then. My dad's always he's always had at least one drink when he's driving. And most of the time he'll take it to the limit, he'll take it to as much as he can, as many drinks as he can have. And hopefully be under the breathalyzer limit. It's just the way my dad is, It's not good, it's not clever, it's not right, but, that's what he does. Like, when we were kids, my dad were always drinking and driving. My mum were always drinking and driving, to be honest. If we went shopping to Tesco's with my mum were probably over the limit every single time we go shopping. Like, who's gonna pull a mother and the children over for drunk driving? When you're driving safely, all your cars in order, MOT, insurance. They always had everything. The police didn't know that back then, but they always did everything legally because they were always doing other illegal shit, like taking drugs, or that's about it. Taking drugs, drink driving, insurance fraud. It wasn't really insurance fraud. We lost a lot of shit when a shed got broken into. We lost a lot of shit from the caravan. No, we didn't really. We lost a lot of photographs, sentimental stuff. But we should have got more money. We should have got compensation for getting robbed like that. It were people off his own street. It was somebody off of our own street. Like, everybody thinks it was Ross Ayoub. Like, the rumour was it was Ross Ayoub. Ross Ayoub came into my shed, stole all the tools, and chucked all our personal photographs all over the floor. Stole all my dad's porn videos. I don't know if that's true, but I think at one point my dad had a load of fucking porn videos in the caravan. So I think what happened is they found out about that, and somebody, like, tried to find the porn videos, couldn't find them, I don't know how fucking, I don't know how alt photographs end up all over the street though. It just doesn't make sense. I think maybe they couldn't find the porn videos, so they just like stole all the expensive shit and fucked off. We didn't even have no expensive shit. We had a cheapo electric drill. We had a small circular saw. We had a toolbox full of chisels and shit, sharpeners, a lawnmower, a strimmer. I think we had a petrol strimmer actually. You know, that were only worth, you know, probably less than 100 quid when we bought it. Yeah, definitely less than 100 quid. It's probably less than 50 quid to be honest. It was second hand. You know, I were best mates with his brother, the guy that robbed my shed. Like chucked all our personal photographs all over the floor, and we had to pick them up when it was raining the next day. I were best mates with his brother. I mean, it was just a rumour that he did it. He'd done it. But there were other people involved as well. Other people on the street. Probably friends of mine, you know, or probably acquaintances. I won't call them friends. But you know. I mean, Ross Iron was a friend. We used to play fucking football together. I mean, he didn't play football that much, to be honest, but he used to play like hares and hounds and stuff. Not very big into sport, but he used to play hares and hounds and cops and robbers and charge. No, we didn't play charge. Just hares and hounds and cops and robbers. You know, I hated cops and robbers. Everybody wanted to play cops and robbers for some reason. I always hated cops and robbers. Why would you want to play cops and robbers? Like, you know, nobody likes getting arrested, you know, nobody likes arrested people. Like, why? But some people do, obviously. Why would you want to play cops and robbers? I wanted to play hares and hounds all the time. Like, I mean, I was quick, you know. I could do like 100 meters and get second place out of everybody in my class. Third place, probably. Third place. There were always fucking two guys that would beat me. One time I got second place, but you know, just 1 second. I was better at long distance. You know, I'm a bit clumsy. I'm a bit like, well, I'm not clumsy at all. I'm not clumsy at all. I really concentrate on every movement my body makes. Like people aren't clumsy. They're just lazy. They're just like they're not controlling themselves. They're not controlling their body. They're not clumsy. They're just lazy. I mean, I'm pretty lazy now. You know, and I always like relax. I always relax and just plod along. You know. But when the shit hits the fan, then I fucking start concentrating. Every move I make is deliberate. Apart from maybe my expressions. You know, I give my expressions away too much. Anger, unhappiness, sadness. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's deliberate, you know. I'm an actor. I cry because I'm sad and I want people to know I'm sad. Yes, I am acting. But, you know, well, I'm not acting. I'm not acting like that. I am actually sad, you know. It's just, I let it come out because I want help. I want somebody to help me, please. That's why I cry. It's a cry for help. I feel sorry for myself. I'm crying because I'm upset with life. I'm ashamed of my fellow human beings. And I want somebody to restore my faith in human beings. So I cry and I get angry and I shout and I swear and I make my complaints known. Make my complaints known to everybody, to anybody. There's no like special treatment if you're a woman, if you're a child, if you're a man, if you're an old person. It's like if you're an Asian, it doesn't matter to me. You know, people call me racist all the time. People fucking try to get me put in prison for racism. I say the same shit to anybody. There's no way I can possibly be racist. You've seen me approach all different races of life. Even Polish, actually. Most of the time they can't speak English, so it's pretty hard to fucking. It's pretty hard to. Polish just sometimes if you fucking pull Polish on anything and they can't speak English, or anybody that can't speak English, they know you're pissed off with them. And they're just like, at first they're just like, I can't speak English, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, double yellow lines. And then they get angry straight away, and it's just like, there's no, you just got to get out of there because they're just going to get angrier and angrier. It's quite funny, really, actually. Because, and like, I judge people on their appearance, and I'm like, this guy is not going to be able to understand me very well. I can just tell straight away. I don't know what it is. I can just tell when people can't actually speak English or understand English very well. Holy fuck. That's strong. Jesus Christ. Fuck. I think that's the strongest shit I've ever had. Holy shit. Fuck. It's a bit dirty though. What's it mixed with? Novocaine. What else would you mix it with? What's addictive? I mix it with like anesthesia. What's that shit? Morphine. Oh, horse tranquilizers. What's that called? No, I'm not gonna mix it with that one. You probably will do actually. What's horse tranquilizers called? What's that drug called that's horse tranquilizers? Amphetamine. Is that amphetamine? You can't smoke amphetamine, can you? How could I don't understand. Actually, I do. If you smoke like speed, let's say, if you smoke speed, or ecstasy, if you smoke ecstasy, does it change the chemical formula? Because I thought if you like heat something up to the point of changing its state into a liquid or a gas, I thought that was a chemical reaction. I suppose you can heat it up and turn it into vapor without actually using burning it. Or because you've got to get it to a certain temperature to make the reaction occur. So if you overheat something, or it has a low burning point, and the molecules break apart. But because what would you call cocaine? Coca. Because the coca plant is so tightly moleculed, it takes a lot of heat to break the molecules apart. You can't change the molecular structure. So if you sniff coke or you smoke a pipe, it does the same thing really, doesn't it? Like if it's the same amount of, like if you had 10 leaves in each basket, and you made like sniff with one basket, crack with the other basket, it'd probably actually be better sniffing it. You'd probably get more sniffing it. But if you could get all the smoke from smoking it, it'd be exactly the same amount of chemicals in your bloodstream as the sniff. But the sniff is constantly being absorbed into your bloodstream. It's just getting taken in a little bit. It's getting digested with your saliva all the time. This is why it's bad to sniff shit, because it's in there. It's just it's just like it's just like cutting you. You know, it's getting in through your skin or your skin to get to your bloodstream all the time. It's like burning you, isn't it? It's like burning you, exciting the molecules so it can get through your skin and your bloodstream. No, it's not burning you, it's like melting. It's acid. It's like acid. It's like melting. Isn't it? I'd call that burning. Like acid. There's heat when you put acid on shit, isn't there? It creates a chemical reaction that creates energy because it changes the molecules and uses the energy from some molecules to make the chemical reaction, and the energy is used and then the molecule is disposed of, and it goes, the molecule escapes as in the form of a gas or liquid or anything, you know, liquid or solid. You know a gold bar, if you keep a gold bar in your house, it's constantly degrading. You're losing gold all the time. I don't know where it goes. I'm guessing it just evaporates in the air. It just drifts off into space. I don't know where the gold goes, but you know, it's like like not even milligrams, I'd say micrograms. Is that even a thing? Micrograms every year or something. You know, it's just pointless. You know, like nothing physical is gonna last forever. The only thing that's gonna last forever isn't like thoughts, knowledge, philosophies, uh, science. Well, true science, true true theories, true theories. Like, the theory is not even. A theory is not even science, to be honest. A theory is not even science. Science is when you can make multiple experiments to get the same outcome, like every time. It's not. They say it's more than two, but it's not. It's multiple. If you have a theory, that's an equation that gets the same answer because of other theories that have equations that get that answer. Like if you have E equals mc squared, and you can use that to calculate gravity. What if E equals mc squared is wrong? You know, like, okay, E equals mc squared has been tested, but it's been tested on a theory that made gravity from E equals mc squared. So like E equals mc squared has been tested on the gravity thing. The gravity theory has been tested on the E equals mc squared. So like they're both wrong. It's as simple as that. I mean, there's no way to test gravity, because that means you have to add up every piece of energy in the whole universe. That's how gravity works. Everything in the whole universe is pulling on everything else, changing it every time, and that's changing gravity all the time. the distances are so far true. Well, they're not really in the big scheme of things. They're not actually that far. Gravity's no gravity. The mass in the universe is so powerful. It can travel forever. You know, it can travel for infinity. That's the problem with gravity. There's no way you can estimate or calculate all of the mass in the universe at once. So you can't figure out gravity. Like you can't even call it gravity. There is no gravity. There's just mass. There's just E equals mc squared. Like I agree with E equals mc squared because like that's all I can see. That's all I can see. But you know, there's actually other there's actually other there's actually a load of mass that's unaccounted for that we can't even see. And that's how I figured out gravity. Because all the mass of like a planet, it's reacting on other things, and that energy creates mass. It creates pressure, which would like if it will push down on a scale. If you're around it, if you're going to get a really sensitive scale, the mass of like a planet flying through space or getting pulled away by a distant other thing, and the other thing's getting pulled away this way, and then some supernovas, and then that pushes all that shit over there, which pushes all this shit over there, and like that's gravity. Like, okay, we're on a ball, right? We're getting maybe we're like miles away from all these supernovas and shit. Maybe we're just moving like through space like this, and then like a supernova happens miles away, then it might just like lift us up there for a second, and then we just carry on because it's so far away. But it's like a bit of a push up. So it pushes it up, and then it just like it just because it were already going that way, so the momentum was taking it that way. So and then the supernova happens down here, down at bottom, like blasts a thing going like this. So like that goes up a bit because the most powerful part of the blast is like down here. Like didn't even hit the planet, but with the radius, the most powerful bit that hits the planet is that bit. You know, like if you it's got to be parallel. You know, because you know it's a globe. This is a globe. This is down here. That's up there. So the most powerful part that's going to hit the planet is at the bottom, because like that's the closest. Well, it might not actually be the bottom. It might be a bit further up. It's not going to be in the middle of the planet. And even if it is the middle of the planet, the the, the most of the force is going up. You know, because it's down here. So it just goes up for a bit, and then just like carries on its it just like equilibrium. It's probably not on the same trajectory anymore. It's not even on a parallel line. So we're going this way. So we're going this way, right? Like the planet, this our Earth was going this way, like this. And God knows what direction it's going in. I don't think anybody knows what direction we're going in. Nobody knows what direction we're going in. Nobody knows what direction, like, the universe, well, our galaxy. What would you call it? Solar system? So is it solar system? What's a solar system? Everything around the sun. What's a galaxy? Like, nobody knows what direction we're going in. Nobody knows what direction we're going in. Nobody knows what direction our galaxy is going in. Like the whole galaxy. Nobody knows what direction the solar system's going in. Like, is it going that way? Is it going up? Is it going that way? Is it going down? Nobody knows. All they know is we can point a telescope anywhere on the planet and you can see the center of the Big Bang. That's how fucking weird it is, man. But whichever direction you point around the planet, you can see the center of the Big Bang. So the Big Bang happened over there, the Big Bang happened over there, and the Big Bang happened over there. You can look back to the Big Bang in any direction. That's how fucking weird the universe is. It just goes on forever. It's infinity. Whichever direction you look in, it's infinity, and it always points back to the beginning of time. It's super fucking weird. I think it's something to do with dimensions. So the Big Bang happens, it creates dimensions instantaneously. It's just there's no animal that can like see which dimension it's seeing. So the only time you can see a dimension is if you're conscious, like, or you interact with things, like an asteroid. If an asteroid hits another planet, that's a 3-dimensional interaction, you know. So that's the only way you can figure out what dimension you're in. Space is actually flat, which is why the flat Earth theory is true. To be honest, the flat Earth theory is true. The Earth is flat because the whole universe is flat. It's just we can see a 3-dimensional. We can see a 3-dimensional surface. Like you can't go up, you can't go down, you can't go left, you can't go right. You can, but you know, anywhere on the planet, left, right, up or down, it's different where you are on the planet. So that's it. I can't explain it. Space is flat anyway. Space is flat. Because there's no direction in space. There's no up, there's no down, there's no left, there's no right. You can point a telescope in any direction you want. You can see the center of the universe. That means space is flat. Like, we don't live in a 3-dimensional world. We live in a 2-dimensional world. It's just we just see in 3 dimensions. That's the only reason why we think of it as a globe. I mean, it is a globe to us, but that's because we see in a 3-dimensional world. We see in 3 dimensions. You know, we see things with sides. We see light hitting a side. That makes it look like it's 3-dimensional to us, but it's not. It's just a fucking wave of vibrations. Well, what's light? What's light? Light is photons and molecules, neutrons. Is it neutrons? Positrons. Is it positrons? You know, light's made of elements. Like the sun, light is made of elements. It's made of energetic elements that creates light because it's so energetic that it burns, I suppose. Like, it doesn't burn, it just, well, yeah, I suppose it's burning, isn't it? That's what light is. It's just molecules energized and they're burning away. Oh no, not burning. They are frictioning. They're just like when you send a beam of light out from the sun, it's like gold and high. What does it make? Nitrogen, hydrogen. Is it hydrogen? No, the sun's burning hydrogen. It's sending like heavy elements out. What are the heavy elements? Oh, fucking plutonium. I don't think it sends plutonium out though, does it? What is everything made of? Atoms. What is an atom made of? A nucleus, an energy source, and space, I suppose. Proton, electron. Proton, that's what it's called, isn't it? There's got proton, electron. You've got all sorts of fucking atoms, haven't you? Are they atoms? Positrons, quarks. They say that they exist. I'd like. Do you think quarks exist? Do you think neutrons exist, to be honest? And protons. What did I say? Neutrino. And neutrinos as well. Fucking hell. Actually, neutrinos maybe might exist. Neutrinos maybe might exist. I don't believe in quarks though. What's that other thing? There's another thing that they discovered. Like it was named after somebody. Shit. These are all atoms, but they don't exist in our world. They exist like almost on another dimension because they're that rare everywhere in the universe. But there's loads of them everywhere. They're everywhere, but they're so rare on Earth. Interesting stuff. How do you think the Big Bang started? Now we're talking. Now we're talking. God. I think a man messed about with science so much. He created an AI, and the AI created a Big Bang, and this is the result. And the AI is long gone because the universe expanded so fast. We are so far away from it now. The AI probably was obliterated, and it created this universe. We are going to create an AI again, create another Big Bang, and we're all going to be obliterated yet again. That's what I think. The AI is God. It's the only reasonable explanation, to be honest, because like the only thing that can like create a Big Bang and process everything so fast and put everything into a certain order to make everything come together into a implosion is a massive intelligence, like God. I call it AI because that's the only thing I can think of in life right now that can create um, create a intelligence like fast enough to put everything in one place all at once to cause a massive amount of energy to push down on everything else. Everything's pushing down on everything else. That would create an implosion. That's the only way, in my mind. I think an AI created a Big Bang. I've never actually thought that before. I thought it was, I thought it was maybe. Well, actually, I've never had a solution to that problem. To be honest, what created the Big Bang? I always thought it were a man. I always thought it was a man, and it is a man really, because man created AI, and the universe created man. What created the original Big Bang to create man, to create AI? That's the question. Like, if you want to go back right to right beginning, what came first, the chicken or the egg? I don't know. I think it was just born. I think it was just I mean, if you want to call it God, like God, the first ever thing that created anything in the universe that may have created our universe, I think it was just born out of energy, and the energy became more and more powerful, and eventually it started to design things around it. It started to be able to manipulate things around it, just like a human would do. Just like a human can manipulate atoms and molecules, put them in a specific order, create new structures that don't exist in nature. I think it was just a energy being that just came into existence one day, and one day it was able, he or she or it, whatever you want to call it, he was able to manipulate energy and molecules and on the microscopic level, because he's a small being, you know. It just became sentient all of a sudden once it started messing with stuff. Once it started interacting with the things around it, it started messing with stuff. And then eventually, it created so much stuff, it imploded, wiped out everything it designed, and then everything settled down, and everything started creating their own little planet. Like everything like all the shit that they created, it blew up, it imploded, created a massive amounts of energy that created a load of different heavy metals and elements and God knows what. This little being from the start, he won't try to create like heavy elements and gold and silver and diamonds and oxygen, hydrogen and nitrogen. Like he was just like messing about. He was just messing about with stuff. He were creating little bits of hydrogen here and there. Well, he probably wasn't even creating little bits of hydrogen. He was just creating little bits of the most less energetic molecules that you can get. like hydrogen's supposed to be like the heaviest element. It's not true, man. It's not true. Like the atomic weight of hydrogen is the heaviest, but like it's not about weight. It's not about weight. It's about what can create, what can influence, and it's about what can influence things the most. Like this little god, you might call it, that created the whole universe, the original universe. I don't think this is the actual original universe. Like I think the original universe happened, you know, forever ago, infinity and beyond. Well, I'd say there's been about, you can't even count it, quadrillions of universes. We're just in one universe. I think we're the quadrillionth universe. I think the original universe was created by a little energy being that started manipulating its own structure to create other energy results, and eventually it just got so massive it imploded, that created the first universe, and everything else started like all the other planets started like fucking going crazy, getting together and then creating another universe, and then another fucking planet over here. He created another universe, obliterated this universe and that universe, and this universe was the only thing left. And but there were loads of shit that just disappeared off this universe and that universe, and then eventually it all sucked back in together. That created another universe, obliterated that universe, and then there were only these two universes left, and they were battling out for dominance, but they got so pushed apart. When this universe got obliterated, this universe survived. Like that's what I think happened. I just made that up now because you asked me that question. But that's, you know, I've been thinking about it for a while. I truly believe before it were a man that created. Well, a man is God, a man or a woman or whatever, a being. A being was God, and they messed about with nature, and they created the Big Bang. That's what I believed at first. But if you really think about it, something's got to created that original being that messed about with the universe. You know, you can't have matter unless somebody creates it or something creates it. So yeah, think I think what happened is something. What created the original fucking energy though? What created the energy? A ghost. A consciousness. A consciousness from somewhere else. But what created that consciousness? Like, why did everything start? That is the question. Why did everything start? Like what was the mechanical thing that caused everything to start? It was friction, or rubbing, you know, molecules together. Who created the molecules? Who created the molecules? Why would God create all this though? Like why would like somebody, like God or whatever God is, create everything? Like, why would he? I, I don't believe God like created the world in 7 days. I think maybe he created it pretty fast, and then he got obliterated. But I don't think he created it in 7 days. He probably fucking created it in less than 7 days, to be honest. But actually, that's a good point. I think that I don't think that, because space even contains shit. So I'm gonna say I think space always existed, and like stuff in space just like got together, started causing energy, and that energy created chemical reactions which caused other things to evolve, and gradually it got massiver and massiver and created a big bang. But like, what put the stuff there in space? That is a fucking crazy question. What put the stuff there in space? Light, energy, consciousness. But light can't travel in nothing. Light can't travel in nothing. Light light has got to travel through space, and space is made up of matter, dark matter, or like the stuff in space is makes up 100% of the weight of the universe. So that means something has got to create the space as well. Space that we big banged in. Unless space was created at the Big Bang. But that means something's got to have created the Big Bang. So it's either space, it's not chicken or the egg, it's space. Either space was created first, which caused the Big Bang, or the Big Bang created space. So something has to have created the Big Bang or space. Maybe time created space. Maybe time created space. But you don't have time without consciousness, or without matter. You don't have no time without matter, because if you can't observe time by something evolving or like um, reacting with other things through time, then there is no space, because you're stationary. Nothing happens if you're just stationary. So time can't have come first. Maybe what could possibly create time? The thing is, we don't see half the dimensions out there. We don't see none of the dimensions out there. There could be infinite amount of dimensions, So there's no way we can possibly understand that. Maybe back before the Big Bang, there were minus dimensions. Maybe there were anti-dimensions. Maybe there were like we live in. This is like the first dimension, second dimension, third dimension, and you keep going up. But maybe there's minus dimensions. There's antimatter. So why is there not anti-dimensions? Like, why is there not minus one dimension, minus two dimensions, minus three dimensions? But yeah, that still doesn't explain what created anything. God. That's the only explanation. But who created God? How could God possibly exist if there's no matter to create time for him to get shit done? Like how could he think of creating a universe if there's no time, there's no linear path for stuff to be created? He created all the time, but how the fuck did he come up with the idea to create time without time in himself, without matter in himself, without actually like physically pushing along time by creating matter? Because you can't have time without matter. Like if there's nothing, absolutely nothing, then there is no time. It's just zero. You're at zero. You are nothing. Well, nothing is actually infinity as well, which is quite fucking funny. That's why you can't divide anything by zero. Well, you can, but you always get zero. One divided by zero. What's one divided by zero? Zero. One times zero is zero. One plus zero is one. That's not right. So one times zero is zero. Right? Because you don't have anything to times by one. So you can't have you get nothing. You times one by zero. If you divide one by zero, no, you've still got one. If you divide one by zero, you've still got one. So as long as you've got one, you've always got something. You can't times one by zero because there's nothing else for one to interact with to create anything else. So you've got to have one. So like you've got to have a God, but you can't have a God because there's no fucking there's nothing to interact with. There's nothing to create energy because there's nothing. There's no times in. There's no adding up. There's no dividing. There's nothing to communicate with or interact with. So that just means space has always existed. It just means space has always existed in some shape or form. Space has always existed, and eventually it creates more and more space by particles is a wave. Well, that's a theory anyway, that's one theory. Particles are a wave. But what created space? You can't have space without time and matter. it's not entirely true, man. I'm thinking on the level of scientists. You know, the science says that like space is expanding forever because like you know like E equals mc squared. Everything's interacting with each other, so it's just exponential energy matter creation. So the more matter you have, the more it pushes each other apart, pulls each other towards each other, and then that's the expansion of the universe, and it's just expansion, unless it fucking falls back on itself, which is a possibility. But what created the original shit that created all that shit? It's a good question. Who created the original builders of the universe? Like I do believe that this universe was created by some sort of intelligent being. Maybe there is a universe out there once upon a time that was created randomly or whatever by a god. Consciousness. What is consciousness? Even scientists don't know what consciousness is. Consciousness created the universe. Like, some sort of being created consciousness, which energized particles, which consciousness is made of, and that in turn created matter to create the universe. Why was consciousness born? Why was consciousness born? Where did consciousness come from? Where did energy come from? Where did the first pump to get things started come from? Can't think of anything. It's because we don't understand all the particles yet. And there's no way we can understand all the particles because the particles are infinite right now. Like the amount of particles, not particles, elements, the amount of elements that we have on the periodic table is just like it's less than 1% of all the particles out there. Originally, there was a particle so small, so like microscopic, so insignificant that it could just be created out of nothingness. It's so small. It's the tiniest thing on this in this universe, and it doesn't exist. It don't even exist in this universe anymore. Like it, that particle that started everything, that was God. It was a particle. It was probably a multiple It was probably a multiple of particles. But what the fuck created them particles? I'm guessing just like I'm guessing they were just like born into existence from a like from antimatter, like from a not an opposite universe, a parallel universe. What created a parallel universe? Wait a minute. Maybe that's what God is. God is a guy that said parallel universes should interact. Yeah, but what created the universes on each end? Oh, that is fucking crazy. I don't know. I don't actually know. I'll have to say it's God. I'll have to say it's God. Well, no, I can't say it's God because something has to have created God. God has to be made of something, either energy or a particle, or an energy is made out of something, light energy, consciousness. When you die, you lose 21.4 grams in the first 30 minutes when you die. That's unexplainable, and it's impossible in science. You can't even like the evaporation of the water out of your body isn't. It's not enough to compensate for 21.4 grams, but they've already compensated for the water that you lose out of your body when you die within the first half an hour. 21.4 grams is unaccounted for. Science don't even know what it is. Well, maybe it's changed like recently, but there's still like so much. Like when you die, there's so much mass that you lose in the first half an hour that's unaccounted for when you die. Last count it was 21.4 grams. Unless they've like figured out some new elements that exist. I mean, that just proves that we haven't figured out all the elements in the periodic table. That's why scientists are always looking for new elements. But what was my point? Losing 21.4 grams in the first half an hour when you die means that consciousness exists. That wasn't my point. But I don't really truly believe that. I think consciousness is just a load of elements and energetic particles that just travel all around us, and we just like we're connected to it all. We keep sucking in different people's energies, and like people around us are just sucking in energy from the sun, sucking in energy from earth. We're sucking in energy from the interaction from the sun and the earth, and what that does, that creates more energy that we interact with, and like we create an energy that interacts with the sun, that like pulling, like the sun's pulling energy from us, like we're pulling energy from the sun. The sun's more powerful than us. It's probably pulling a load more energy from us. And it's just a constant like cycle of like pulling energy around. When you die, you lose the ability to hold on to the energy, because you have no energy left in your body. Like your body's not creating, like, it's not creating energy to like feed your muscles. So like that lack of energy, you're not feeding your brain like with energy and oxygen, and like you're making chemical reactions for your brain. So like that loses that. So the sun just goes, well, I'm just gonna soak all that up. The person that comes to your grave, I'm just gonna soak all that up. And that's where 21.4 grams were. But it's not like consciousness. It's not like voodoo shit. It's just elements we haven't even discovered yet. Because it's got mass, so it must be. Like it might even go into like an alternate dimension. It might just disappear into the antiverse. What do you call it? Is it antiverse? What do they call it? Anti-universe. Maybe I just made that up. I don't even know. I mean, I'm making everything up, but maybe I've just invented the antiverse. Like, if you was going to design an antiverse, you'd have the same amount of dimensions, just completely opposite, wouldn't you? So this dimension, if we've got fucking a million dimensions, you'd have a million dimensions in the antiverse, because if you get to that dimension over there, the millionth dimension, then like something in the millionth direction over there has got to be. It's got the the minus millionth direction. But would it be minus 999,999? I feel sick. This is like taxing on my old brain. This is actually taxing on my old brain. I actually need to make a phone call, but like fucking, I've got two people in chat. You're not going to stick around if I make a quick phone call here. What time is it anyway? 10 o'clock. I can't even get a shower anyway. I can't. How am I supposed to turn up to court if I'm not even in a shower? You expect you to wear fucking a shirt and tie, for fuck's sake. I can't turn up to court when I can't even get a shower, can I? I need to ring court though. I need to ring it at least. I don't think I'm supposed to be at court, but maybe I am. It's just I haven't received any fucking letters that says when I'm supposed to turn up, so I don't even know. My solicitor sent me a letter saying it's 2 weeks. It's the first available day after 2 weeks. And this is the first day after 2 weeks, so it could possibly be today, but they've never fucking told me when it is. I just don't get it. Who am I supposed to ring the call? Who am I supposed to ring to find out when my court case is? they need to send me some details, you know. They've sent me a lot of details about what happened in the court case, but they've never actually like specifically sent me any instructions of what ignorance is not an excuse, is it? I'm not ignorant. I'm just oblivious. I'm not actually ignorant, I'm oblivious because I have no idea. I have no idea who to contact. Okay, I haven't tried to contact anybody, which is ignorance, I suppose. But the reason I haven't contacted anybody is because I've got so much stuff to deal with. I just can't think of like anything at the moment. I can't actually concentrate on anything at the moment. I can't actually concentrate on one thing. Like I did a vote. Did anybody actually vote on that fucking vote? I did a vote. What should I concentrate on? Court, or the muggins? I can't remember what the options were. It was very limited to vote, but I don't think anybody actually voted on it. Like I said, YouTube, you decide what I should concentrate on. The thing is, I don't have to concentrate on the court case because like the evidence, I've got all the evidence already. I've already got all the evidence. I wrote everything down in one day, and the rest of it is in my head. So like all the evidence, the physical evidence I've got is a bit of paperwork that says we've got 2 weeks to leave this house, and he's selling the house. That's the one evidence. And then the other evidence is my YouTube videos of him attacking me.
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, I was just talking about housemate. You know, like we used to be proper cautious about like making sure doors locked, and what did we have to do before? Oh, we had to keep the key in the door at all times, and everybody had a key. So when somebody went out, we had to put the key in the door after somebody went out, just to stop my landlord from opening the door whenever he wants. Because my landlord just kept coming round whenever he wants. He turned up whenever he wants. He don't ask to come in. He just opens the door, comes in, goes, "Hello, I'm here to check the place." Or I'm here to move in. I'm living here now. One day he turned up and says, "I'm living here now." And I'm like, "No, you're not, mate. It don't work like that. You've got to give us some notice that somebody's moving in at least. You know, you can't just show up without 24 hours notice anyway." And like, so, you know, you've got to give us some notice that somebody else is moving in. Like, imagine, right? If you lived like in a 3-bedroomed house, and somebody just showed up at your door and said, I'm moving in here. Landlords give me a tenancy. I'm moving in. You don't know who they are. You've got like no proof that they've got a fucking tenancy. Maybe they have got a tenancy and they show you a tenancy. But my landlord just turned up out of blue, says, "I'm moving in." He ain't got no evidence with him that he's like paying rent. He's got no evidence that, you know, is on the books. So he can just live here scot free without even being on the radar. And I says, it's not acceptable. You haven't got a tenancy agreement. You haven't proved that you're paying any rent. You haven't proved. I mean, you obviously wasn't paying the bills. So like, you're not moving in here. And I kicked off that day. I kicked off like something rotten, and it sort of implied that he got chucked out of his wife's house, like his partner's house. So I said, "Look, right, if you'd have come to me and said, I've been chucked out from my home, you know, my wife, I might have helped you out, you know. If you'd have come to me, rang me, I might have fucking helped you out. But you can't just show up like this, you know. The property is, well, I'm contracted with WHF Enterprises. He is just an employee of WHF Enterprises. He don't even own a share in the company. He don't even like own like anything. And this guy just shows up at my door, and he's the property manager, and he's got the keys for the place because he's the property manager, and says he's on the books to live here without any evidence. Like, I'm there paying my rent. He could just like show up one day and just say, "I'm living here," and just like not pay any rent, not pay any bills, not do any cleaning, smash the house up when he leaves, and like I'll grass him up, say we're Umar Hussein. He could just go, I've never even been there because he's not even on books. He probably ain't got a tenant. Well, if this is a hypothetical situation, but you know, he's never showed me a tenancy. So how am I supposed to know? And how is anybody that's supposed to know that he's ever been here, that he's ever lived here? He never showed us anything. But anyway, it was just all a ruse to get into the house and give us 2 weeks notice. He tried to fucking lie. Like I said, trust me, you don't want to live here, mate. Umar, I hate you. I hate you with a passion. So you better sleep with your eyes open if you're gonna fucking live here with me. And he didn't want to live here. He just wanted to blag it and like pretend that he lives here. He probably actually did. He probably actually did like he actually transferred a load of money from his account that WHF Enterprises gave to him to transfer into WHF Enterprises account, just to make it look like is paying like rent every month, to make it look like he lives here, just so they can give us they can kick us out in 2 weeks. Because if the landlord lives at the property where you live, and you come and live there and rent a room in there, the landlord can actually kick you out within 2 weeks, like without any like just say you were a family and you had a spare room and you let somebody stay at your house like indefinitely. Oh, let's say you just had a 12-month contract or whatever the contract is, you know, they can ask you to leave in 2 weeks. They can ask you legally to leave within 2 weeks without any court proceedings, which is fair enough. You know, you've got a family, you've got kids. Like, you know, you just invited someone into your house because they're fucking desperate. Like, you should be able to fucking get people out of your house that overstay the welcome. That's because it's a verbal contract. Like if you let someone stay at your house, like if you're just a civilian, you don't make up a contract and shit like that. They can just stay at your house forever. Like there's no contract saying that you can get them out. So you've got to have that law where you can kick someone out after 2 weeks. But that Umar Hussein is trying to abuse that fucking power that he's got, even though he don't even have a room here. It was never going to work. He just thought we were idiots. Like, you know, if you live here, you live here, you know, you clean the toilet, you do cleaning, you come and go, you sleep here, you cook here. He's never done any of that. He just turned up one day, says I live here, and then give us 2 weeks notice to get out. And I'm like, well, if you live here, you better clean the toilet then. It's your turn to clean the toilet. Get on with it. Go on. That's what I said to him, man. Go on. It's your turn to fucking do some cleaning. Like, I said to him, I don't want your sweaty feet in my house after I've cleaned it. If you're not going to do no cleaning, you live here now, mate. You do some cleaning. I don't want your sweaty feet in my house, messing my house up. I don't want your dirty dead skin particles in my house, please. You know, I clean this house. Like, you know, the only people that live in this house are the people that's got a tenancy agreement. You haven't brought no tenancy agreement. Like, how am I supposed to know you legally live here? Get out of my house or start cleaning right now. that's basically what I said to him. He shut his mouth, man. He shut his mouth. He never said a word. He started getting on the phone. He started like talking on the phone while my mate's watching TV. I says, this is not an office, you know. If you want to make a phone call, don't be ignorant and like, you know, while someone's watching TV. This is the living area, not an office. Go to your room if you want to make a phone call. Like nobody wants to hear your fucking phone calls. You made multiple phone calls in my living room while people are watching trying to watch TV. I'm just there shouting him while shouting at him while he's making business phone calls. Because he thinks I have to shut up in my own house while he's making phone calls. Go to your room then. Go to your room then that you say that you've get in your own bloody room. Get out of here. Don't be ignorant. You've got to live with other people, bro. You want to live with us? You're gonna follow rules. Actually, if he was actually the landlord or the owner of this building, he could make the rules, but because he's never lived here, there's no actual evidence that he's ever actually lived here. If he actually did live here for a few days, then they may may have a case, but he's got no stuff here. Actually, he has got a lot of stuff in fucking garage. You could fucking blag it. That's his stuff. But anyway, that's fucking bullshit. How does the Big Bang start? That's the question on everybody's lips. 1 second. How was everything created? Something has to created God. If God's what created everything, something has to have created God as well. There's no E equals MC squared. Mass and circumstance. Mass and circumstance created all matter. Mass and circumstance created all matter. Which is energy. E. Actually, E means everything. It doesn't mean energy. It means everything. Yeah, but fucking everything is what created energy, mass. That's fucking weird. It works both ways. The equation works both ways. Like mass and creation equals energy. Equals everything. And everything equal mass and creation created equals everything. Did I just say that twice then? So energy is equal to mass and circumstance. And mass and circumstance was created from energy, from everything. Energy. So it's not just E equals MC squared, it's MC squared. Why is it squared though? Or because there's a lot more mass than we can account for. So they have to square it just to make it make sense. Or because energy creates power to fuel the creation of the mass and the energy, mass and the creation together. That creates more energy. So E does not equal mc squared. I knew that fucking equation was wrong. E does not equal mc squared. The equation is wrong. And I can't tell you why the equation is wrong right now because I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. But I just figured it out. I'll tell you in a second. Fucking hell, brain is fucking struggling now. Brain is struggling. Because like E equals mc squared is like an estimate. Because there's no actual numbers there. There's no way to prove that theory is real, apart from the fact that we know that there's twice as much, there's squared as much mass and circumstance and energy. So we square it, but you can't square nothing. Well, E and M and C is not nothing, but it is in an equation because it's a hypothetical theory. Anyway, wait a minute, let me think about this for a second. Why is E equal mc squared wrong? I just figured it out for a second, but I actually forgot like what I figured out. There's definitely a reason why. Or because the equation works both ways. So energy is the equivalent of mc squared. Mc squared is the equivalent of energy. So that's impossible. It can't. I can't even explain to you how it can't work. Because mc squared is what creates energy. Because E is what is equal to mc squared. But mc squared creates the energy. So it's a paradox. Like it's who created the chicken or the egg. E equals mc squared is who created the chicken or the egg. Who created the mc squared or who created the energy? Mc squared created the energy. Well, energy is equal to the mc squared. So mass and creation and circumstance. I can't really explain it. I can't even explain why energy, because energy is created at exactly the same time that mass and circumstance happens. So it's instantaneous. Yeah, there can't be no circumstance. There is no such thing as circumstance. There's no such thing as circumstance. The equation is wrong. It's not circumstance. Mass and I don't know. It can't be. It can't be an equation like that. It's just impossible. Even Einstein said it's wrong. Even Einstein said it were wrong. I think, or he said something were wrong. Maybe it were a different equation. I mean, yeah, all right. I think scientists know it's wrong as well. To be honest, E equal mc squared is wrong. But it's the best. It's the best estimate of what we've got right now. When you're like um, a persistent drug taker, you get medication to like stop the cravings, stop the come down. But he's been on it for so long. I thought you're only supposed to be like allowed on methadone and um, what's the other thing? Beta blockers, whatever they're called. I thought you were only allowed to be on them for so long. Like you can't keep taking them for the rest of your life because it's really bad for you. I mean, so's taking drugs, like every week, every day. So's drinking alcohol, like continuously, not letting your body recover. Taking a shot of methadone and taking beta blockers every day. That's got to be bad for you, man. That's got to be bad for you. Like I don't drink every day, because I can feel my body not enjoying it. So I'm like, my body needs a rest now. So I have a rest. And then once my body becomes like equilibrium, I might think about drinking again. But I always listen to my body. If my body says you're tired, I go to sleep. Well, no, I don't even go to sleep. I just lay down, lay down, or um, just play on my computer. Just play on my computer. I do something where I can relax. I don't even have to sleep. I just need to. I don't know. I just need to distract my mind and not do anything physical to recover. Like sunbathing. When you like knackered from drinking too much the night before, you don't want to sunbathe because sunbathe takes it out of you. Like your skin, you just constantly trying to fight the rays of the sun. It's trying to protect you. It's trying to protect your skin. Like your body's trying to protect your skin all the time you're sunbathing. Your body's trying to protect your skin, and you get get tired, man. When I used to go to outdoor swim baths in Ilkley, or river in Ilkley, like the sun wasn't even that hot, you know, and the water was freezing. But oh, we did a lot of swimming. You were always knackered by by tea time. You get there in the morning, like maybe 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Let's say 10 o'clock. We never got there earlier than 10 o'clock. Oh, maybe one time. But no, we wouldn't have got there like earlier than 10 o'clock. So it didn't even start getting warm till like it does now. But back then it didn't even start getting warm till like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Yeah, we usually got there about lunchtime, but let's just say 10 o'clock, just for argument's sake. You're there till like tea time, so it's like 5, 6, 7 o'clock. So you've done like what, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, 8, I'd say 6 to 8 hours, like just messing about in river. Yeah, I suppose it's alright. Like I can walk around for 8 hours, and then I'm tired. Actually, how many hours did I walk around for today? It were about 8 hours. Nah, I can fucking walk around forever. I can walk around forever, to be honest. Do you know when I lived in a tent? I were constantly doing shit. I were getting wood. I were fucking uh, what's the word for? What's the word for like scraping wood? There's a word for scraping wood, like slicing wood. Crafting, whittling. Whittling, is it whittling? I were whittling wood. No, it's not whittling, surely. Is it whittling? I think it's whittling, isn't it? Yeah, I were whittling wood, I were collecting wood, I were like tidying the area, I were moving shit around, making a chair, making my chair more comfortable, making a bow and arrow, like exploring the woods, getting water, buying a pan once I had some money. Like I didn't have any money. I had zero money. Well, I think I had about maybe £3 or £4. I think I had three. I think I had enough for a bottle of cider when I got kicked out. And then I didn't have no money for about half a week, or maybe 3 or 4 days. 3 or 4 days, and I had no money. And nobody ever like came and like give me any money. And I never got any money from anywhere. And I just kept walking down to homeless food places and just kept eating there, and then walking back, and then walking down to the next homeless food place, walking back, and I did that for like 3 days, and collected wood, and like messed about at night times, whittling wood down here, or whittling wood down, or whittling wood. Like just not even like making anything. I made like a knife out of wood. I was trying to make it sharp, and it kept like chipping because my knife was blunt as fuck. I don't even know I made that arrow. Like I had this knife and it had the like biggest edge you've ever seen. It wasn't sharp at all. It was just like trying to. It would like trying to bloody shave it with a, I don't know, a piece of sheet metal, or I don't know, sheet metal, like an iron girder or steel girder. With like blunt edges everywhere. It's like just trying to shave it with a blunt edge. I mean, it had a bit of an edge on it compared to a steel girder, but it might have been it was similar to the edge of a steel girder. It was like it was like a 90-degree angle. How do you do a 90-degree angle? Like a 90-degree angle, but the blade was that way instead. And I went to um, was it Asda or Tesco? Tesco actually. I went to Tesco to like buy a chef knife, and they're like 20 quid for a chef knife. And I'm like, I'm not buying a chef knife to whittle wood down. There's no chance. And like I could well, this is once I got paid after 3 days. Once oh yes, I won't whittle in wood for the first 3 days because I didn't even have a knife. Well, like I have to buy a knife, so I went to Tesco's to buy a chef's knife because I'm a chef. I'll use a chef's knife. And I thought about it, and I went, I can't buy a knife. I can't carry a knife around in my tent, because if someone attacks me, I'm gonna stab them, and like I'm gonna get done for murder, not just manslaughter, murder, because there's no reason you should have a knife in your tent. There's no reasonable excuse you should have a knife in your tent. Well, a chef's knife. There's no reason you should have a chef's knife in your tent. You don't have to use a chef's knife. You can use a little knife. You can use a small knife. So I went, okay, I'll buy a small knife. And then I searched around for a bit, like what's a legal blade I can carry around with me. And it's like, what is it, 3 inches? 3 inches. And like I just couldn't find a blade that was not foldable. It's got to be foldable as well. I think you've got to have a 3 inch blade and it's got to be folded in, or have a sheath, I suppose. But anyway, I couldn't find a knife like that. And then I just saw this knife with a double-edged blade, and it was like thick as fuck. And I'm like, I mean, you could stab someone with that, but it'd be like trying to like stab a bloody piece of wood. It won't go into anybody. So I thought, well, this is probably the like least lethal knife that I could like get. It were a massive blade. It was like 12 inches or something. And it was the most uncomfortable thing to shave wood. It was blunt, and it was. But I thought, the best thing I could do with that knife was throw it at somebody, and it'll probably just bounce off of them, even if you like hit them with a blade. That's probably the best thing I could do with that knife. There's like no point in trying to stab someone with that blade. But it'd probably do blunt damage, to be honest. It'd probably be actually worse than a knife. But now thinking about it, I didn't even have intention of any like stabbing anybody. I made a bow and arrow, and Well, I made the bow first. The arrow was like it was always on. The arrow was always on the go, but the bow needed a lot of attention. So every time, every time, every time I let the bow cool down, um, yeah, we're working on arrow. But the arrow, last thing that I made, and I used to use the bow as a walking stick, like because like I would put a lot of work in that bow. So I used to use it as a walking stick, just to like flex it and I didn't want no one to nick it because a piece of wood. Kids are just like, yeah, I'll just a piece of wood. So I took it with me everywhere I went. Hello? What's up? Medication? No way I can see this. Money? 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 Come in. Alright. Are you medications here? Best off going out that door because it's outside. Yeah, Christoph told me they were coming in anyway, but I wonder what medication he actually gets. I'm going to ask him. I'm going to mute it because So it's just something for the cravings that gets delivered. Do you know what it is? The police don't actually understand what. Like my landlord's telling everybody, like telling police and shit, that I haven't paid me rent. Like I'm in contract. I'm just squatting here. I'm illegally occupying this address. I'm just a squatter. I'm a bum, and it's not true. That's why the police won't arrest him, because they think they've got a reasonable right to knock someone's door down, like use reasonable force to get in the property to find out what's going on, and there is laws like that. Now you can use reasonable force, but you've got to you've got to, like, the court case has to be finalized before you can start doing shit like that. They've been doing that before the courts even was um before the courts were even like made aware of anything. We never got any legal notice to say we're getting kicked out. The guy gave us a 2 week notice to get out of the house. This is the complaint I had. He gave us a 2 week notice to get out of the house. Said he were living here, then left the house. Never lived it. Never stayed here one day. Never cleaned toilet. Never did anything. Left the house and expected us to go out after 2 weeks. And then he started like showing up with estate agents without giving any notice. Well, he actually did give some notice. But he did something else as well. What else did he do? Was it just that time? Yeah, he came and gave 2 weeks notice. And then he left finally, after God knows how long. He put the notice under my door. I couldn't even like give it to me face to face. It wasn't even a notice. It was just a letter saying, we're kicking you out now. And he could have told me told me verbally. Could have told me verbally, and that would have been like a binding fucking contract. Because if he actually did live here, then you don't have to fucking letter up. It's just pointless. If you're gonna do it like in as a civil verbal contract, you don't have to write a letter. It's good that I've got it in writing now, to be honest. But it's just like if you stay at a friend's house and they ask you to leave, you've still got rights to like have a reasonable expectation of amount of time to get your stuff packed and like get some money together to move out. And that's 2 weeks. In a domestic way. This is not a domestic like case. This is I am renting off a business, WHF Enterprises, and this guy's moved us out to his house. This is what he told me. Moved me out to his house, and then he's pretending he lives here. And he's got evidence that he lives here because he owns the house, which we had no knowledge about. Like they were selling this before COVID. They were selling this house before COVID. COVID happened. Nobody were buying no houses. Nobody could go anywhere. It was locked down. You know, you couldn't bloody you couldn't talk to anybody without a COVID test. You know, everybody was isolated from each other. So this house was for sale. Nobody would buy it because they couldn't come and view it. They couldn't like come with the estate agents, and the estate agents can't let them in, and you know. So what he's done is when the COVID restrictions is lifted, he's put us into this house, knowing full well he's got a plan to chuck us out once our contract is up, which is fine. He has a legal obligation to do that. But because he's moved us from a different property to here, and not give us the same amenities as that we had there, because he said that we wasn't paying us rent. I mean, we had all the amenities. I was paying my rent. One month I got I was 30 quid behind. Next month I paid him back. He turned the internet bill. He turned the internet off when I was 30 quid behind. You know, the internet's like 40 quid or something, 50 quid, 60 quid. I don't know. We got the best internet. We had the best internet. You know, like 30 quid a month for him. I paid him 300 quid. I was 30 quid short. And I was late paying him. And then once I paid him and told him I was going to be 30 quid short, he turned the internet off. He didn't even tell me we were going to turn the internet off. I mean, I couldn't afford the extra 30 quid anyway. But you know, if I could, I would have given it him just so everyone has the internet. You know, I don't want to make everybody lose out just because I'm 30 quid short. But you know, I couldn't actually afford it. I don't know what happened, but I just couldn't actually afford it. I just spent all my money straight away somehow. I think I bought a phone and then started YouTubing like full time, like a pretty half decent phone. What phone did I buy first? A21E, I think. A21E. I think it was like 180 or 190. I think it was 185 quid. No, it was 235 quid. 235 quid. I'm not getting the cheapest, like, decent phone. I'm getting the second cheapest with a better camera. I'm not getting the worst camera. I'm getting the second worst camera. I'm going to get this phone with the second worst camera. the second price. The second most least expensive, the least expensive. Can you have a, not a double negative, but a negative and a positive statement? I'm getting the most least expensive. No, that don't work, does it? I'm getting the second least expensive with the best camera. No, the second best camera. Like I forgot that I did that. Like this camera's not as good. This camera's not actually as good. Well, I think the video camera is exactly the same, but the front camera is not as good. It's not the software. I think the software is exactly the same, but the other camera had like, it was more stable. Like everything was more stable. This camera shakes about a lot. And I think it's just because the camera I had last time were like better, more pixels, or more pixels, more pixels. The more pixels you have, the more like stable the image is. Because I'm pretty sure the software is exactly the same as the other phone, but the other phone has more pixels. I mean, it definitely has more pixels because, you know, I can make like, I don't know, a half an hour video with my camera right now, and it doesn't even fill memory card up a quarter. So there's definitely more pixels. If I had made a 30-minute video on other phone, it'd like fill it up. Like, maybe not half, probably not a third, but you know, like probably 30%, 25%, 30%. 25% is a quarter, isn't it? But you know, it was probably less on this phone. I don't think I've got a long video on this phone right now. Actually, yeah, I do. Wait a minute, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Don't leave. Have you got anything to say? Is it Rennie? Is it my dad? Hello, Dad. Hello, Rennie. Whoever you are. I need to contact my dad somehow. But if I can't contact my dad because, you know, we'll get talking and like I'll be there forever, and then I'm gonna have to go through everything with my dad. So I can't do that right now because all I do is think about everything every day and try to think of a solution. But the only solution is wait until the court case, which actually could be today. Oh, fucking hell. I hope they haven't fucking done it today. Like, I've been trying my best for the last couple of days to try to get gas card so I can get a shower so I can go to court. Like, because I thought it might be today, so I've been trying the last few days. I mean, yeah, I know I've left it till last minute to sort the gas out, because I've been without a shower for 2 weeks. Have I been without? No, maybe not a shower for 2 weeks. Nah, it feels like it's been 2 weeks. It's probably only been a week, to be honest. it's been a bit more than a week. What was I saying? But yeah, I've been trying to get a shower. I've been trying to get a shower. Like, you know, I spent an hour getting to that shop just to find out that the guy thinks an N-Power card works the same as a neon card. Like the Eon Gas Company, like they know to specifically make sure that they only use like certain companies, like the cards. They give me a list of companies. Well, the first time I tried to get gas, I don't know what it is. I don't know if I've lost that, to be honest. They give me a list of companies that you can use with this gas meter, and all the other companies they don't like, apparently. So like their cards are different, or they've designed Eon's designed their own cards, so they're not compatible with the other cards. They're exactly the same though. They're exactly the same technology. It's just they've got a block. They've got a block for the other company for some reason, or the other companies have got a block for Eon Power. They've got like a bloody, what do you call it? A virus. They've got a program that stops the card from working. How do the microchips work without an energy source? You've got to have a battery in there. That means that it's always processing information. Like, you know, if you got a debit card, that is a microchip, right? That's my credit card. I don't have a credit card, don't be daft. That chip there, the only way it can hold information, I can't see that all thing. The only way that chip can hold information is with a battery, with some sort of energy source, unless it like creates energy from friction and like, you know, maybe that's why they've got an expiry date, because the battery runs out on the chip, or the energy from, I don't know. So it doesn't need a lot of energy to like do what it's doing. You know, you could put anything on that. You could put any sort of program on that. It's not going to do much, but it could do something. Like it could maybe it could sense vibrations. It could sense when you're moving, what time of day you move. It could sense energy fields around you. Sense when you're watching TV. Sense when you're like socializing. Maybe. Like, I don't like carrying a chip around with me. I think it's actually an invasion of privacy. There's no way you can find out, you know. There's no way you can find out what information that chip is actually collecting. Because the companies say they're not collecting no information, and there's no. They're obviously not going to fucking admit to it, are they? But how do you know? How does anyone know? How do the governments? How do the law courts know? Like, how how does a fucking reverse engineer the chip to find out? They could like design something like does very little, but it actually collects more data than you actually think. They're obsessed with data. If they're not collecting data with your chip on your debit card, I'd be very surprised. If they're not collecting some sort of data on them chips from your debit card, I'd be very surprised. Every time you put your debit card in a cash machine or PayPoint, they can download that information straight away. Them bloody debit card machines, cash machines, they're connected to internet. They can download all the information every time you use your debit card or credit card. I don't know what information they're collecting on there, but my hair. That's fine. One day I got a shower and my hair just fluffed up like that guy from Back to the Future. What is his real name? What is his fucking name in Back to the Future? Dr. Martin. That's not Martin, is it? Doc Jones. What's the doctor guy from Back to the Future? What's his real name? And is he a Jew? No, he can't be a Jew. What religion is it? What race? He's Scottish, actually. Or English, but was Scottish. Emmett Brown. Dr. Emmett Brown. That's his name, isn't it? I wonder if he has any middle names, isn't sure. Sorry, I'll be right back. I need to Google what his real name is. Okay, it's from USA. It's called Christopher Allen Lloyd. Christopher Allen Lloyd. And he was born in the USA, in Connecticut. He don't seem to have that much. He don't seem to have like a proper strong American accent, does he? It sounds more English. I'll check this out. Who married to Russell Brand? Have you ever realised that famous people get married to like similar net worths? Like famous people, they always get married to famous people, to other famous people. Well, probably not all of them, but a lot of these marriages that fail fast, they always get married with similar net worths. I don't know how much to do that. use that paper maybe. Do I want a cig or a beer? I need a drink. I need some water. Yeah, famous people, they always get married. Well, not all of them, but you know, a lot of them, they always get married with with a spouse that's got a similar net worth to them. Do you think there's some sort of tax loophole where you can, you've fucked up on your tax, so you get married, and then your net worth is shared between two people, then you can sort out your finances, put your money in a trust. I don't know, there must be some sort of tax loophole where if you get married, like, you can sort out your books and I can understand Russell Brand, you know, frauding the tax books, because you know you were a druggie in that. Like, I don't know if I can forgive him though, because you know, like I'm struggling here. And, you know, he's frauding on tax. Okay, I'm like getting money off benefits, but the money he's made can pay for me to be on benefits. Well, the tax from the money he made, the tax that he should have paid on the money that he's made, Russell Brand and Kate Perry, that could pay for me to be on benefits for the rest of my life probably. What's 50% of £1 million? £500,000. How long will it take to get £500,000 from on benefits? 300 quid a month, so 3,000. Let's just say 5,000 a year. 5,000 a year. For the rest of my life. 100 years. What's 5,000 times 100? Two noughts on end. 50,000? No, 500,000. Is it 500? 50,000. 5,000 times 500. No, times 100. I'll be right back. Why can't I work that out? 500 times 100. 500 times 100. So two noughts on the end of 500. 500 has two noughts, so you've got four noughts. So three noughts, you've still got two. I'll say four noughts. So three noughts. So 50,000. £50,000 in a. That guy pays tax. Like rich people pay tax on £1 million. Rich people got 50% tax. And national insurance and everything, you know. On benefits, I get £50,000 in 100 years. That's without housing benefits. £50,000 in 100 years. That guy's paying £500,000 tax on £1 million. Like every million he earns pays £500,000 tax on it. 500,000, £500,000 around. You know, it's not perfect looking. I'm ripping off the government. I'm ripping off the taxpayers. All the rich people that you watch on TV that've got like over £1 million in profit, they're paying £500,000 tax each, and I'm getting £50,000 in 100 years. They're making £1 million every fucking day. Some of these rich people are making £1 million every day. They're paying £500,000 tax on every million they earn, and I'm ripping off the government because I earn £50,000 a year in 100 years on benefits. That is sad, man. That is sad. What are they doing with all that money? What are they doing with all that money? Seriously? What are they doing with it all? Where's it all going? You can't tell me there aren't that many rich people in like England. I know there's a lot of people to fucking support, but seriously, where's all that money going? They must get loads of money, man. Rich people. £500,000. That can keep me going for what, 10,000 years. Let's say 100 years for 50,000. How many 50,000s are there in 500,000? Well, there's 2 in 100,000, so there's only 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. What did I say? So 10 times 100. 1,000 years. Like one rich person's tax can keep me going for 1,000 years. Yeah, but how many people can that support then if everybody got £50,000? 10 people. So every rich person that owns $1 million, that supports 10 people. Okay, maybe it's not that much, is it? But that's every fucking million, you know. And they just keep making interest on it forever. Make like £1 million a day. We only get £50,000 in 100 years. They get £500,000 in 1 year, or every £1 million. One person. Every other £1 million that every other person they make 500,000. That's crazy, man. £500,000. There's definitely money going missing. Like who does the books? Lawyers. The government. Like I'd love to just like sit down and just calculate all the spending, all the income, all the expenses, all the debt. Probably take you a lifetime, but it'd be a worthwhile endeavour. You don't even have to calculate it. All you have to do is just get the fucking numbers, put them into a computer, add them up. The computer adds them all up, Like the statistics are there. All we have to do is just stick them all into a computer and find out if there's any money gone missing. Where the fucking money gone missing? There you go. You'll be able to find where the money is. Where the money's missing. What started everything originally? That's the bloody. What started the Big Bang? Like religious people can't say that the Big Bang started everything if they believe in God. Because Big Bangs could be happening right now. You know, all you need is enough mass and what do you call it, pressure, or it won't actually be pressure, would it? It'd be force. Like why does a planet stick together? Why does a planet? Why do the rocks not, like, you know, like fly off every so often? There's like so much pressure in the core of the Earth. Why does it all hold together? Why is there not shit flying off? There's a lot of energy created by the mass of the Earth. Why does stuff not, like, explode with the forces? Is it because it's just become equalized? Like, is it just equilibrium? Or is it because of the atmosphere, pressure from the atmosphere? Or is it because of gravity? But gravity is the thing that supposedly holds everything together, because the Earth is made of mass. That creates gravity. That sticks us to the Earth. That holds everything together. So even if there is like an earthquake or whatever, you don't get rocks shooting up into the sky or anything, because gravity just rumbles and then the rocks just fall down. But I don't believe in gravity. Well, it's not that I don't believe in gravity, it's that I think gravity doesn't exist. There is no such force as gravity. There's mass, and the mass creates energy, and that propels it in a certain direction through space. And like a bucket, if you fling a bucket over there, the water's going to go with it. You know, obviously you can't fling a bucket in a perfectly straight line, but with the distances involved in space, the size of planets and stuff, like if a planet's traveling through space at 300,000 miles per second, it's just a constant. It's just a constant sticking to the Earth. No matter what side you're on, if you're on top, you're stuck to the Earth, because, like, you know, you were always going that way anyway. It were always going 300,000 miles a second. Well, once upon a time it might not have been, once everything settled down, it started going in that direction. Stuff was able to, people were put on the earth. I don't know what I believe about that though. I think people have been on the earth longer than we think, but we wasn't like this. We were giants or Nephilim or no, not Nephilim. Is it Nephilim? We were giants and Neanderthals and probably aliens, probably greys. The reason people have abduction cases is because they fall asleep and like they go through like 40 years and they go, I had an abduction. I was abducted by aliens because they forgot that they fell asleep and the mind has like played tricks on them and they go, I can't remember if it were actually a dream or real life. But the point is, they're having a dream about a previous race of people. It's a genetic feeling. What it was is the Greys were on this planet a long time ago. They tried to go to space, they failed. They're probably still on this planet, to be honest. But they needed to do something fast. So they started messing with our genetics. And then there were a big bloody war because the aliens, some of the aliens were like good aliens, and they didn't agree that we should be shouldn't be messing with the genetics of the human race because well, you know, there's nowhere to keep these genetically modified people. The only way to keep the genetically modified people is with the other people because you have to let them evolve naturally to make sure the genetics are stable. And the only way to do that is just let them breed together and live for generations to generations, make sure the genetics don't bloody get break down, and then they can use like our body to clone themselves or to implant their genetics into our people. And it didn't work because it takes so long. It takes thousands of years to like stabilize genetics. If you start merging genetics, it takes thousands of years of testing to make sure the genetics are stable. And like they're all stable, but they're stable up to a point. Like, what's that fucking word? Devolution. We are devolving right now. Like, it's I don't know if it's like scientifically proven or like, but I think there's actually theories that we're actually devolving, and we devolved like 1,000 years ago. No, maybe not 1,000 years ago. We devolved. Yeah, it would have been 1,000 years ago. No, it would have been 2,000 years ago. When were Dark Ages? That were 1,000 years ago. Yeah, it would before that. Like, we devolved when civilization started. Our brain power were normal, and it suddenly shot up to 30%, and that was abnormal. That wasn't normal. That was not natural. Like, everything had the same like level of brain power. We just had a bigger brain, so we were smarter than everything else. But like, the brain power shot up to 30% from like 1% or something, like suddenly, and that was because our genetics were failing. The genetics couldn't. They weren't stable, so it just suddenly made. I mean, it wasn't everybody at once. It was just like certain people. And then eventually, it were in just about everybody, because civilization had just started. Most of like civilized, like small civilizations were just wiping each other out. Or there were disasters that wiped them out. And then you're left with like not many genetics, so they all interbreed together, and then the human civilization as we know it today is born because of mass increase in brain power all of a sudden. I'm sure it was like 1%, maybe it was 4%. But it wasn't the Neanderthals though, because they're not actually related to us. Or are they related to us, but I think we're like similar to Neanderthals. We've got similar genetics. We've got like half the genetics or something. But there's something extra. Oh, we got an extra. Oh, we got an extra. We got an extra strand. No, what is it? What do we have? 26 chromosomes. Why am I clicking? Everything's clicking. We've got 26 chromosomes or whatever. That's what happened. We got an extra chromosome. I don't even know if that actually increases brain power, but something increases brain power all of a sudden. About 2,000 years ago, I think. It's got to be longer than that. Because Neanderthals were around, like, maybe not dinosaur times, but Neanderthals were like the first people to walk the earth. So that's millions of years ago, isn't it? That is dinosaur times. What are they called? Neanderthals? I think they have loads of different species of the Neanderthals actually, which is so fucking weird. Why are the human race the only ones to survive? Why are we so special? Like, who decided we are the only ones that are going to survive? We are the only intelligent race that's going to survive. Maybe it was nature that wiped everything out. But like, why are we related to Neanderthals then? If every Neanderthal is a different species, we've got different species of Neanderthals. They call them different. Things. I can't remember what they call them. But they've got a few of them. I think they've discovered like 10, probably more. No, maybe not 10. They're all different species. They're not even human. Neanderthals are not human. They're a completely different species. Like, why are we so similar, and why did the Neanderthal genetics not stick around? Is it because we wiped them out? Is it because some sort of intelligent creature decided we're going to be the dominant species of this planet? This is what I've said all the time. Something is forcing, like, how society goes. Somebody is forcing every option in our lives. You think you have free choice, but everybody has a mobile phone. Everybody has vices. Everybody is told science is accurate. Everybody is told to trust the public knowledge, Like, knowledge that we have in this country is not necessarily the same knowledge that we have in other countries. Like, if I can't actually fucking think of an example of that. Like, public knowledge. The only public knowledge that you know about, if you're in this country, if you're in England, the only public knowledge you know about is the public knowledge that this country lets you know about. In another country, they might let you know about other public knowledge. Science worldwide, most of the science is collated worldwide. But, like, scientists disagree on stuff. There's different theories. There's string theory, and then there's what's the other one called? Particle theory, or particle physics, particle. And then there's another one. What's the other one called? Wave theory. Projection theory. There's loads of different theories. But what we're trying to get at, the different countries don't necessarily believe the same things. Even, like, science has come to science comes to a conclusion on most things, if it can, and if it can't, then it's not accepted science. If the conclusions have been, like, observed multiple times, then that becomes a scientific theory. If they can replicate the exact same things more than once, then it becomes a theory, or it can become a theory. But all the countries don't believe in the same science. It's an accepted theory, but like, some countries don't believe in it, or they believe a different way. Like Muslim countries, they don't believe in science, they believe in God. it is, you know, I'm a suicide bomber, right? It's so stupid, obviously, but like, committing suicide is a sin in the Christian religion, which is fair enough. You know, you can have religions that have differing opinions. The thing is, like, both religions are wrong. What I can't understand is why is it like so talked about in the Bible? Why is it a sin to, what are they saying, the Christian religion? You'll probably burn in eternal damnation if you desecrate the physical form. I wonder what they actually say about suicide in the Bible. Let's research that. I know how it works. What I believe, well, not always actually, in life, which lets some just impossible to explain, like parting the Red Sea. But I actually think parting the Red Sea can be done with enough human ingenuity and enough brute force. I think you can make a partition in the sea. You just got to, you just got to take your time, make a dam all along the way, get there in end. You just have people working every day. You can't even have that many people working at once unless you make a big ass canal. But you don't want to make a big ass canal because then they'll find it. They'll find where you started crossing. So you'll never get away. You know? But, when you're talking about a sea, like, how are you gonna know what part of the sea you started to build the partition on? You won't. It's impossible. You won't be able to see it from anywhere because the sea will just look like, it'll just like waves everywhere. So you won't be, unless you like get on a hill, you might be able to see down into the partition, but you could easily just sort that out as well. Put a bloody glass surface on top of it. I'm talking about religion. Do you know that you are God's temple and that God's Spirit dwells in you? Do you know that you are God's temple? So you are God. It says it right there. Do you know that you are God's temple? And it says God's temple. You are God's temple. Well, if you are God's temple, then you're God, because God made God's temple, right? Anyway, if anyone destroys God's temple, God will destroy him. For God's temple is holy, and you are that temple. You're the temple. It says you're God. It says everybody's God in the Bible. Every time I read quotes from the Bible, it confirms that it keeps telling people that we are God. We've got God in our heart. We are the creators of the universe. We are the creators of the reality. We are God. It tells you right there. Like God. I mean, God is everybody. God is everybody collectively. Well, it's not even everybody collectively. We're just all one. We're not even separate. We're all one. We are God. That's why we can see everything. Because we're all over. We're everywhere. We're everywhere at the same time. Wherever wherever we can be, we are. Just like God. Because there's no there's no there's not you there's if it's Schrodinger's cat. If you put a cat in a box, I mean, this is not Schrodinger's cat. Well, this is nothing to do with Schrodinger's cat, but it's exactly the same as Schrodinger's cat is a good fucking explanation to what I'm trying to say, right? If you put a cat in a box, the cat does not exist because you don't know if there's a cat in the box until you open the box. Well, unless you put the cat in the box. But if someone else put a cat in the box, you came to the box and the other guy says, I've put a cat in that box. You don't know if there's actually a cat in that box. So the cat doesn't exist until you open the box in your reality. Because like how can you possibly know that he's telling the truth? There's actually a cat in the box. Or the cat escaped, got away. No, you can't tell. There's so many variables. What were I jabbering on about? What was my point again? Oh yeah, we are God. So like everything we see, we are creating in real time. Because without observation, if you can't see it, then it's not. It doesn't exist. No. I mean, the physical stuff does exist, but maybe it doesn't if there's nothing to observe it. God's temple is your body. It's your physical. It's not your body actually. God's temple. God's temple is your. God's temple is your. Consciousness, or it's the God's temple is the energy you've collected over your life by doing by other people giving it to you because you're doing nice things, or taking it away from you because it's a receiver. God's temple is a receiver. Temple means stuff with like towers, That's what temple meant back in them days. You know, pointy, long towers with a point on the end. That'd be a steeple, wouldn't it? What's a steeple? It's like a skinny tower. Skinny tall tower. No, a steeple, not a skinny tall tower. A steeple's like a few layers in it. What do they call that? When they have hills in Spain and have different levels. So I feel like that's a steeple. So they've got pyramids, they've got step pyramids. What would you call a town hall? A hall? A mansion? You call a house a house, what would you call a town hall? Mayor's house. What do you call it? Yeah, you call it mayor already, don't you? What would you call a town hall? It's not a house. It's not a hall. A mansion. It's too big for a mansion. You call a cathedral, you call it a church. You call a town hall, but what would you call a building? Just hall. That can't be. Estate. Maybe it'll be called an estate. You know, the town hall doesn't realistically, well, it does realistically. It's realistically owned by the council, but it's actually not owned by the council. It's like owned by well, it's not owned by a subsection of the council, but it's owned by the council because the council pay for everything. It's owned by the public because the public pay for the council and shit. But it's like privately owned. Like Bradford Council is a private entity, a business. So it's like, what would you say? Like, it's not owned by Bradford Council realistically, but Bradford Council are the like tenants or proprietors. You say proprietors. They're the proprietors. They control everything about it. Like the Bradford Council actually owns it. Oh no, well, the public own it, sorry, but you know, the public own Bradford Council. We pay everything for Bradford Council, but yeah, Bradford Council are in control. Bradford Council have been elected to look over the council's estate. You know, Centenary Square is a triangle. JoeKingAudits story time. Well, it was originally a triangle. Centenary Square is a triangle. You know why they called it a square? Because a triangle was a secret, sacred message from the powers that be that the Illuminati was here. It's like graffiti. Like all these subliminal messages. Like they don't work on most people, but the people that they do work on, it's like a minority, but no, a minority of 7 billion people of the whole world. It's like 100 billion, 900 billion, 900 million. What's that? 1 billion is like 1% nearly. No, it's not. It's 10%. Yeah, so that's too much probably. Yeah, it's probably about a billion, isn't it? Probably about a billion people that are easily influenced. It's distraction, to be honest. You know, because you're watching like mindless TV, like Coronation Street, and you just like everything's happening, everything's explained to you, just the way they like set the TV show up, so you don't have to think about anything. They tell you everything that you need to know in your brain, and then you get an advert that has a subliminal messaging, or just says buy something. You're just like your brain's not thinking for itself anymore, because TV shows just stopped your brain from thinking, and you're just letting the TV show that you're watching like dictate what exactly what you need to think about, because you know you can't watch a film. Like one day, like I couldn't actually concentrate on what I was watching. Like I couldn't actually like take in what I was watching anymore. This is when I started to stop watching TV. Like I've been watching TV all my life, and then I stopped watching TV gradually, and then eventually I just had this like brain block. When I'm watching TV, I couldn't actually take the information in, like what was going on, because I wasn't used to being told what to think about anymore. And now when I watch TV, I've got used to it now. I can actually watch something and just listen to it and take it in, and but I'm not really listening to it. But that's because I got a bit older and I'm able to multitask a little bit better. But You know, one thing I can't multitask with is what is that multitask? I can't actually remember. There's something that I can't multitask with. Cooking and like, I don't know, making a phone call. Like if I'm cooking and I make a phone call or live streaming, I forget to concentrate on live stream when I'm cooking. Sometimes I get in the zone, but you know, that's because I don't get many commenters. But else I won't cooking. There's something I can't do, like dexterous. I can't do like dexterous things. Multitask. Like talking and is it playing a game? Actually, yeah, it is playing a game. I can't talk and play a game. Well, I can't listen and play a game. I can talk, but I have to wait until I'm in a simple driving area. And cooking, I can't do cooking. Why does it say helpful votes? 1,621 helpful votes. So people comment on these things. Be not overly wicked, neither be a fool. Why should you die before your time? Be not overly wicked. I'm not overly wicked. I try my best to be nice, to be honest. Neither be a fool. Well, you know, I'm pretty foolish, but I think it's important, like, for me to be a bit of a clown, because society made me like this. Like, society is a joke, so I'm gonna be a jester to try and show how stupid everything is. Why should you die before your time? This is not really talking about suicide, I don't think. Because if you destroy God's temple, that's not destroying a physical thing necessarily. Because they're talking metaphorically anyway. Because the temple is your body, or your temple is you. But I thought God only ever referred to us as his children, or his son. Like in these quotes, he's referring to a temple, and like the way they've done it, they're inferring. Is it inferring? Inferring or an inference is when reference. It's when you're referring to a specific an inference. You're inferring technical. You're inferring positive, Some word. I can't think of words, man. I think it's an inference. It's a. What would you call a true statement? A fact. They're factually trying to refer